guys. Sorry about the wait. I got up. I got out of bed a little bit later than I wished to, and I needed to eat breakfast. I was like really hungry, so I'm like, okay, I really have to eat something. And okay, so I made sausage, and as I was cutting one of them, it squirted sausage juice out all over my second monitor and my desk and stuff. And like, that was fine. It didn't really get on anything other than my monitor being an issue, but like, it's an old ass monitor. I don't really care. Hopefully nothing got on my new monitor. It doesn't look like it. Anyways. Yeah, so everything was fine. I was cleaning it up, but I had my phone on in my hand, the flashlight on, so I could like see what I was doing and making sure I wasn't missing any like oil droplets that splattered everywhere. And I was trying to. I have my fancy metal Apple credit card, on my desk, and it was like oil managed to splatter around it, but not onto it. I'm like, cool, good. I don't have to clean my card. And then I drop my phone onto my desk, and like, there's all these things here. And then I push it, and it just smears it onto the oil. And I was like, God damn it. Ugh. But, it wasn't like a big deal to clean it up. It was just like annoying for some reason to me. Just alright. In terms of webcams, I've actually I ordered 3 webcams because I wanted to try them, and like after trying all 3 of them, they all kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go and go to the screen see now I got everything up and running. All 3 of them kind of sucked. The first one I knew pretty much was just garbage, but it was a Logitech 1080p 30 FPS. It wouldn't even do 30 FPS. I don't know. I couldn't even get it to do that. It was like not even 1 FPS. I don't know. That thing was not great. The other 2 were okay. One of them was an Anchor one. It was like 2K, but like, it did this weird thing where it would be at 30 FPS, and then like, if you started having a lot of motion, it would suddenly, after like a few seconds, switch to 60 FPS, and then would switch back. But it would also like flash really quickly, like black. Like very, like, you could see the switch over too. So it was just like, no thanks. But it did really well with the like low light, and it's not that bright in my room, especially if I'm like streaming at night. I don't know. But that one was probably the best one. Then there is the other one I tried. There was another one that I tried. It was the Nexigo one. And it doesn't really do well in the low light. And the video quality is very grainy, even with good lighting. But it is the one that had the least amount of latency and actually good 60 FPS. It's just, they all sucked. So I, of course, returned all of them. I was hoping that I would like return 2 of them and keep 1, but like, they're just not up to my standards. And I mean, like, I didn't buy any like expensive ones, so like, I was like, alright, maybe I need to spend a little bit more on a more better webcams. So that's what I've done. So I ordered 2 more expensive webcams, one of them being the Elgato face cam. I have my hopes on this one, to be honest. It seems like it's probably as close to what I want before it's probably better to just drop $500 on like a DSLR or some crap like that. Or a mirrorless. I don't freaking really know that much about cameras. An expensive camera for taking pictures and stuff. Like, I mean, I might as well. I've always wanted one anyway, because I really like taking pictures of things like outdoors and whatnot, so might as well. But like, I don't. That's not my budget right now. Like, okay, I have a budget, enough room in my budget to be able to buy 2 really expensive webcams, but a new camera like that, like a DSLR, is a little out of the budget right now. I have to save up for a few months. That's fine. One of the webcams is actually on its way right now. It says it's delivered. I will be right back. And I am right back. Alright, my package was in fact delivered. Alright. So, I got a Elgato face cam, which seems to be decent. I haven't tried them yet. The new ones. The 2 new ones. The expensive ones. Then I got this other one, the Logitech Stream Cam. I'm not sure about this. Of course, I'm gonna have to try both of them. But, the Logitech Stream Cam seems like it would also be pretty good. The only downside that a lot of people see with it is the fact that the USB-C cable is attached to the camera. So, like, you can't, there's no, like, the camera's cord is not detachable. It's just part of it. Whereas, like, the face cam, I believe it's actually detachable. I feel like that could be an issue for me, because I like to have my own custom USB cable for things, so might as well. Cool. Alright, but for today, in terms of falling sand simulation, we are... Okay, so what am I up to with this? I should move the microphone a little closer to me. Maybe turn down my speakers a bit. I really need to get used to wearing headphones while streaming or while talking. Wish I could see my keyboard, but still have the mic in my face. Okay. 3D falling sand simulation. I guess I should update the stream title. Updating the UI. Alright, so we have all these GUI windows, but like some of them aren't really all that useful now. So I suppose we should figure out what we actually need. Let's go ahead and GUI, cool. Oh, I need to new window. No. New Chrome. Oh, did you close all my tabs? Just because I closed it doesn't mean you need to get rid of all my tabs. Okay. So I remember having a page open about Git. We'll go to my search history, submodules. There we go. See, this is a separate browser instance, which is specifically for streaming. So anything I've searched on here is just from searches on the stream. Okay, so submodule add. And then when cloning, if you prefer not to manually fetch and merge in this subdirectory, huh? Okay, no, I'm not looking to update the module. Oh, is this like... Are you able to like make changes to the submodule? And then like... as like overrides? Per se? Merging... Okay, none of this was useful. So, get submodule add. We did that. Say I clone the repository, but I forgot to use the clone, here, cloning projects. Yeah, say I clone, but I forget to download that. Get submodule init. git submodule update to fetch all the data from the project and check the appropriate commit listed. Okay. Or you can recurse submodules. Because I want to make sure I add these to the instructions on here so that I remember and don't have to look. Yo, Chess! Good morning. Wait, is it also morning for you, or are you just saying good morning to me? But good morning regardless. I don't know why. I need to actually look at chat a little better. Okay, so development setup, make sure you follow OS specific settings. It's 11 a.m. It is 8:57 a.m. for me. Why is that so massive? My goodness. What happened to like this styling on this? Why is everything like right up against? What the heck? Do I need to update? Oh, I probably need to update. Okay. Clone the repository. Use, darn it. When cloning to fetch submodules. No. Shell. I think I copied that. No, I did not. Oh my goodness. Okay, so basically git clone recurse submodules. Then the URL. So we'll go ahead and yoink that. Does this support these? No. Darn it, JetBrains. Okay. If you forgot to clone with... Actually, I just copy that. There you go. You can fetch submodules. And then, so you need to do is get submodule init, and then get submodule update. Not init, init. There we go. Get submodule init and get submodule update. So this could be repository. Use. I'm thinking about changing the name of the Falling Sand Simulation. I don't actually know where I came up with this name. I think it was just a like random thing I just thought of. But like didn't bother to like check or anything. For all I know, it's a swear word and like I don't even know it. Arches. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I need to go get some water and stuff. And I'm back. Alright. The other thing I want to do is fixing this. I do not want to use VC package at all. That's why, because it was scrolled to the side. I'd also like to not have to do this on Linux if possible. Install OpenGL development libraries. Yeah, this is pretty much the equivalent of this, but if... yeah. But if I already install these through submodules, which I guess I was actually looking at, do we make that part of our GUI revamp? I wish I could just include GUI and it would just include all of this rather than automatically, rather than having to like... Also, can I mark this directory as some... no. Why? Makes no sense. Alright. Yeah, so... for the very least, at least on Windows. Like this, if you have to do it on Linux regardless, then fine. Why is my mouse disconnected? I don't understand. Ever since I had the keyboard, my mouse has been having issues suddenly. I did update the firmware of my mouse, which I guess... Make sure you follow OS specific instructions. Mac OS, yeah, you can't, probably. Although, actually, I don't necessarily require it anymore because the shaders don't actually do anything that requires it now, I'm pretty sure. So technically I think this can run on Mac OS now, although once I start adding more stuff, probably not. For VS Code there should be a run build already provided. I haven't done that. Make it so you don't have to do this. You need to do this in order to run the compile program. Well, there's only one instruction. Cross-compiling, haven't done that. Don't really care right now. Why do you keep scrolling over? Things to know and to do. Remarching might be a good idea to know the camera position. And then the ray step, the direction from the camera to the scene cube. This might help performance. And discard rays that never intersect with the scene. Okay. You don't do ray marching anymore. Dynamic lighting. That's pretty easy to make particles produce light. Need to fix a depth buffer. I've actually done that. I feel like this should probably just go on the project to do, which is somewhere in my billions of tabs. GUI revamp, glue, GLFW. So I didn't have these open on here. Wish I could move a window from one Chrome to the other. But I unfortunately cannot. So we got glue, GLFW, Archaea. What happened to GLM though? I thought I had a tab for that. GLM GitHub. And then I also want to go to my project. I really hate that there's not a way to go back from the project. So, probably, oh, I can't, I'm not signed in. God damn it. My goodness. I'll have to sign in to GitHub later on here. Although I don't really have, hold on, let me see if I can sign in. Sign in with a passkey. Just maybe I don't need to, you know, sign into Chrome and all that stuff. Which I don't want to do because there's a reason I didn't sign into Chrome on here. Okay, there we go. Now I can access it. So I guess it's probably better to move this here. So dynamic lighting. Things to know what to do. Wording. Journey of our... yeah, I should probably update this as well. Or add to it, I should say. Okay. Add item for the future. And I do Control Enter to create a draft. Edit title. We don't want the dash in there. Dynamic lighting for particles that produce light. That's not a question. There we go. Now we've updated all of that. But yeah, now you have cloning instructions. Why is it like super like has to be in the right spot? My goodness. Okay. You can watch my streams making the project on YouTube. Actually it would be on Twitch now. Can you show me the link? You can watch my streams actually, why is a playlist? You can watch my devlog videos. I see. Okay, so you can watch me work on this project live on Twitch. And then I already have that in my clipboard somewhere. At a period. You can watch the stream VODs on YouTube. Oh, then you need to do this in order to run the compiled program. What? So you're able to compile, but you can't run without doing this? Is that what I'm understanding? You need to do this. Provide pre-built? Yeah, no. Why not build them yourselves? I've also been thinking of switching to using Linux again. I did try to use Linux for this. For some reason, the Sandsym runs at like 50 FPS on there, though. Although that was the main branch. Was the main branch actually good? Do I have changes on here? Also, okay, this I don't get this. On Linux, if my mouse goes here, it would just stop because there's nowhere for it to go. But on Windows, it just goes to the top of my other monitor. And it's annoying. It's like, there is nowhere for you to go here. Please do not go there. I'm sure there's a setting for it somewhere. Okay, so I wanted to go here. Update readme for cloning instructions. Yes. And then if I switch to main, what's my performance on there? Untracked view file. What are you talking about? Oh. What? Just move or commit them before checkout. What are you talking about here? Get status. Please move or remove them before switching branches. I see. Yeah, there's probably something in here about that. Oh my god. Monitor keeps eating my cursor. Alright, why are you... Oh, because they exist in the other branch already. Now are you fine? Yeah. Because they already exist in here, so it's like, ah! So how does it run on main? Because that's what I was trying to run on Linux. It's gonna take ages to compile for some reason. I love I haven't done any of the UI stuff. No, we still got 60 billion FPS on here. If I switch to debug, so you don't get any of those optimizations. Actually, I don't know if I even have any of that set up right. No, I got even more FPS actually. Why do I have more FPS in debug mode? What the hell? That's not right. That's not right at all. Alright, good check out GUI revamp. And then we're gonna have to do this. Get submodule init. Do I need to actually go into the path? Oh, because the Git folder's still in there. Oops. There we go. There we go. Okay, because the Git folder was still in there. My goodness. My goodness. Alright. So, I guess we should, actually update our MGUI stuff now. I don't know why I have a bajillion of these terminals open. So, let's see here. Load chunk. Okay, we need to go to probably particle system first. Let's work on this one. The other thing is that I'm doing is really inefficient. Is sending lots of things to OpenGL multiple times rather than using like SSBOs or whatever. What are SSBOs again? I don't actually completely remember. Shader storage buffer object. I believe these are like a way to you send the data and actually just store it there in the GPU, and like you don't have to keep sending it. Whereas like right now and in here it's like render. It's like I have to send the mesh to the GPU every frame, and that's probably part of the reason it runs at like 50 FPS on Linux, but also it's probably just a driver issue there. I gotta figure that out later. But this is not great. I shouldn't be sending the mesh every frame because the mesh only updates at least every simulation step. If I'm drawing, then it updates more often. So basically every time it updates, I need to send the data back to the GPU. Or send the data to the GPU, the mesh to the GPU again. I need to rewrite it out there, which I could probably just do in here at that point then, which might yield some issues. Writing to it while like rendering or something, because the threading stuff. I'll have to look into that. Regardless though, like I only need to send it once, and like I mean like there is still chance. Is there? There is still very unlikely chance for this to I believe this is just writing, no, it's just a value, but for this to have what do you call it, a race condition when reading it in here. Although much less likely, because this assignment is very fast, and this is the only moment where the chunk mesh is in a vulnerable state, because I'm not actually modifying it until I reassign. So this is a very small chance. Still not very great though. But then I'm, having to send it every frame, and like if there's race condition. But if I'm able to just send it here, I can still store it, but I can just send it to the GPU here. But there's probably still possibility for a race condition, because like when you draw elements, you need the mesh size, the indices. The indices size never actually changes though. I don't think. No, I guess it would if there's more particles, then yeah. But okay, so we don't have outlines anymore. I don't think I really care about outlines. GUI. How would I even do that now? Because I do shading differently. We'll get rid of it because we don't actually care. Enable outlines. Get rid of that. No longer have enable outlines. Chunk size. So simulation controls interval. Simulation. I am going to need to change that. Particle scale. Simulation controls. Drawing controls. Yeah. Really need to make a player controller instead of just the camera being the player. Alright, sorry about that. Drawing controls not working right now. What are you talking about? So simulation controls. Chunk size currently disabled. I mean, yeah, why? This is more of a statistic now. Particle scale, I guess, could be changed. Simulation controls, simulation step interval. So we need a simulation stat. What do we have currently? We gotta recompile everything. Chunk config enable outlines. Get out of here. Okay, so we have simulation controls, drawing controls, and the camera. And then stats. I need to figure out where stats is. So we want simulation controls and then I guess simulation stats, perhaps? So like simulation step delay and stuff. And this is more of like application stats. It's like you can also do like a whole bunch of other stuff with MGUI, like tables and crap. I'd love to be able to like see the chunks that are in there and like do stuff with that. Perhaps, I guess, I'll probably add that in today. Alright, chunk size. So let's make a new if MGUI again. simulation controls, simulation stats. So let's see, we want this chunk size. We no longer need to change the chunk size. We don't care about that. We'll leave it for now. Chunk size. What other like stats do we need in here? GUI text. I guess particle scale is a good one. Particle. Oh, we already have that in here though, so we already know. I guess like simulation step delta. Simulation step delta. There we go. We want percent I, integer f for float. That's a value we're gonna need to do. So let's go to simulation step interval. We want standard chrono milliseconds. Let's say 200 milliseconds. I think I'm allowed to do that. Okay, fine. Simulation step interval. Use auto. Am I not allowed to just set this to a value like that? If I construct it, it's kind of weird, but whatever. We also need deltas, so probably a float simulation step delta. We are gonna need to add a timer in here to make it so that we're actually going every 200 milliseconds instead of every 200 milliseconds after finishing simulation. So we need to, essentially this needs to be the delta. Perhaps I just convert it to milliseconds in there. Probably a good idea. Sleep for chrono duration milliseconds step. Yeah, we need to time this. I think we can do standard chrono clock. I don't need a high resolution clock. Start and city clock now. And then the delta. Yeah, okay, so like a float or something. Common type long chrono duration. Standard. Do I really need to? No. Okay. Duration, delta time. Sleep for 200 milliseconds. This is the simulation step time interval. I'm probably gonna leave these as float because then it's easier. It's harder to tell that that's milliseconds. I have to add that in the name. (1.0f), and then we need to multiply that by delta time. Cannot class float, right. Simulation step interval needs to be in int. An unsigned int shouldn't be negative. Doing it negative is not going to do anything. I would like to make this the simulation a little more physics based. I don't know how to do it exactly, because giving like a particle a velocity necessarily doesn't really work that well, I don't think. Probably also makes things a lot. That's a whole other thing though. But I will need some sort of like delta time perhaps. Although probably more like frame delta and well, I don't think it really matters. Okay. Delta time duration count. Minus duration count. Unsigned. Int. Or unsigned. Sorry. 1. Delta would only be in milliseconds anyway. Simulation step interval. Delta time. And we could just say simulation delta is not a float. The higher this is, the better. Well, is that duration? How long did it take in milliseconds for that to finish? Simulation step delta. It's basically how long is it taking. We don't need this. Simulation step delta. I don't think that's right. No. Not at all. Okay. Should be able to run that. Things not crashed at the very least, and they crashed. Simulation step interval. Unsigned float. int. This is still gonna complain though, because it's unsigned int. Is there also not float anymore? Simulation step interval 500. Particle scale, simulation step delta I, simulation step delta. Is it gonna complain about that? Probably, yeah. Duration from long. Good enough. Oh, did I forget to GUI and yes. Should really close all of these other things while I'm doing this. No, not a breakpoint. Okay. Simulation stats, step delta. Simulation is happening way too fast. Now it's not happening at all. Simulation step delta. And it's not responding. That's great. Uh-huh. Number of ticks. Hmm. I see. Hmm. How do I do this? City clock now, duration float. Hmm. Let's not do that for right now. So it's not messing up the simulation. It's a very high number though. And once simulation stops, it'll drop a lot, yeah. Something's not quite right. Engine timer. Time point steady clock. Duration float. Okay, simulation step. Flow now. What does that do? I wonder how fast simulation is now. I wish my movement speed could be a little bit faster. I can feel the choppiness now. I mean, I don't expect simulation to be too slow. I really need to increase the movement speed. Or, you know, decrease the particle scale. See, like, I don't know what this number is necessarily. So, like, I can't... Standard duration probably isn't taking very long to do this. Now, a way I can make it take very long is by resetting all the chunks and making this do some large area. Go ahead and delete the chunks folder. Things will be very laggy. You know things are bad when your FPS also is dropping. So simulation delta is 1.8. You can see each chunk update. Make them smaller. Why did my... Stay on my application, thank you. It's definitely not every 2 milliseconds. So how do I... Go ahead and close that. If we just... Chunk size, simulation step, time calculated. So simulation... So it'd be our milliseconds calculated. Probably not right, but so if we close, delete the chunks. Wait, revert. So I can believe 1 millisecond. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna have to deal with that later, I suppose. Drawing controls, okay. Drawing is based on where you're looking. Hold left mouse button to draw, hold right mouse button to erase. Drawing position in chunk is not right. We're gonna have to calculate that. Because that's the particle grid to chunk grid thing. I still don't know if I want to do that. Or if the positions should just be real particle grid positions in the chunk. I don't know if it really matters that much. The particle drawing position in chunk. Draw pose is no longer used. Because I guess the weird thing is I'm translating between different coordinates all the time when I really don't need to be. This is more of like a drawing position. Why are you not letting me scroll? Thank you. Yeah, I need draw types. So yeah, now we've got all these. Close that. Okay, the other thing was the camera system render. It's camera position, the look direction, the pitch yaw, field of view, movement speed. I feel like we should increase this. Travel speed. Key is held. Let's fix this. No. I think the travel speed should be like more like that. I think shift. Well, see, shift is down in my thing though. Very Minecraft controls like. Travel speed, and we also want reset travel speed to be default 20. Probably be nice to be able to change the mouse sensitivity as well, some more like user settings. So field of view, movement speed, do sensitivity as well. No, slider float. Sensitivity needs to be a reference. Sensitivity is at 0.3 right now. Probably don't want it higher than that. Can you do slider angle? What if you want to have like, what is it called in Minecraft? A like super view or whatever on the FOV. Okay, that feels a lot better. So now you move fast and you hold control. I probably make it so when you click control, you continue moving fast until you stop. But I'd probably just make that part of the player, honestly. Also knowing the draw distance there and the drawing controls would be kind of nice. Okay, so camera, we have movement speed. We can control the sensitivity in case you like it more sensitive. I wish there's... Okay, there's gonna need to be a reset button to like reset the parameters here, and then there's also gonna be... Well, actually, reset should just reset the... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Field of view. Yeah. Now you have like OP super view. I feel like I need this just because like I need to like see more around me. And this is basically the way to zoom in, so if I'm like trying to talk about something over there. Be nice to have a way to zoom without yeah, draw distance. It'd also be nice to know where I'm actually drawing with some sort of like outline thing or something. Which is probably really simple to do. I just need to render a cube. I'll probably get rid of this thing, or I should make it transparent because I can't see through it. So shaders, I believe it's plain color. Do like 0.3 maybe. Why do the simulation controls like keep coming off? Like stay. Okay, that's better-ish. Why are you still drawing? Stop that. No, stop drawing. Stop. I think there is some sort of transparency issue though. If I zoom in, yeah. Depth sorting or something. So I can't actually see through it. Technically. You get the fancy colors though. Look at that. But yeah, like I can see through, but not really. I can't see through it in terms of what's behind though. I believe that's some render order thing, because this is actually rendered first, probably. Yeah. We're gonna end up rendering it first. So there's nothing for it to be transparent on. Whereas if we do it after the particle system, then we'll probably be able to see through it, yeah. So it's just a rendering order thing. See, because now you can actually see through it. And that's because I render it after now. So that's an interesting thing to remember. I don't think it really affects anything to have the camera system here after, although, like, probably not the best. If maybe in terms of in it, I don't think so. But I feel like it makes sense to like leave these last, at least in terms of what we have now. Terms of update order. Otherwise, well, let's see. Then there you have this frame's camera position. Yeah, because otherwise we're going to be using last frame's camera stuff for this frame's particle system stuff, which probably isn't a huge deal unless you're getting like very low FPS maybe. No, I did not mean to click that. God damn it. I'm trying to read notifications. Okay. Particle type system is a horror that I don't think I want to really mess with right now. Or ever again. Like, a lot of the ideas have changed anyway, so... I guess I need to actually add particle colors back in. I'm gonna go get more water, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, particle system. Yikes. I don't even remember what I was doing in there a while ago. Alright. Let's see. Alright. So we need to clean up and rename the shaders and upgrade that. Okay, let's see. Render order issues. There's no reason to make this transparent, or we could leave it. I'm just trying to think about some things with this. Okay, so camera system, field of view, sensitivity, movement, speed. So you can change those now if you need. Reset. I think the other thing is I would like to just start at 0, 0, 0. From now on. This will have you looking in the behind you direction. But that probably conflicts with this, since target's actually a calculated value. So there's no reason to really calculate that. Best viewers, no thank you. Alright, so now I start at 0, 0, 0. If I move forward, it'll be going negative. Okay, so maybe I'm not. Yeah, probably. Do I have target look direction? Yeah, so yaw takes over instead. So there's no reason to reset target, since we calculate the target value. Yeah. Which is based on like pitch and yaw, basically. I don't think this is right, but I don't even think we use that anymore. Yaw, so this would be if I want to look the other direction. So if I move forward, yeah, now I'm going positive. We'll look in the negative direction because that's actually forward, so we'll spawn in looking in the correct directions. Translate. Yeah, like I don't need to send this anymore. Do I even use that? I'm using vertex old color. No, I don't even use color. Why would I? I can probably scale this down a little bit more. I feel like it's in the way, but it's also nice because it's a little bit more visually quick to figure out where I'm looking. I'll change this back to 1.0. Why does this keep coming off of my thing? Like, actually just stay. Okay, that's better. Eventually I get like chunk borders in here and whatnot. And I think I'm going to set the default FOV a little bit higher, just so I can like see more, especially at this smaller window. Yeah, that's a little bit better. If I resize this, it just stays, yeah. Because I don't actually adjust the field of view or the perspective aspect ratio with the actual screen resolution. GL get window size, perhaps. Retrieves the size of the content area of the specified window. Yeah. Oh, I need the GLFW window, which I don't have access to in here. I don't even have that in render? Why do I not have it in render? Should have that in render. I thought that was a thing that you get in render. But yeah, something to fix there. We'll add a to-do. To-do. Use window size dynamically. That's a little better. Does mean we're gonna need to somehow have access to the window in here. I also don't really render a small cube where I'm looking. I feel like this is probably a little better off to be moved to the particle system instead. So we'll copy this just so we can render another cube a little easier. Projection, particle scale. Why do we do all this? Projection view, particle scale. Oh, because then we render this and we just have those values set up. It's fine. GUI stuff should be last. Paste this in. Render cube at look at graphics get window is how you get the window. I see. Okay. So we already have the window in here, so we don't need to get that again. Why do we need the width and the height? Okay, and then we're gonna need... should probably make a separate thing for this. I feel like this would be more of like the player kind of thing. Let's wait to do this actually, so that we don't make a huge mess. Call render on all chunks. Pretty sure that's what I'm doing. It's probably more of a chunk system, if anything, than a particle system. So we don't handle particles in here. kind of just handle everything else in here, which is not really the design of all this. See, I have a named buffer storage for the particle colors. Do I actually send the data? Particle colors.data. I do. Dynamic storage bit. How do I use that? Colors. So if we go into here, out in layout, I don't think it really matters where you put it. Binding 0. Can I just say frag vertex color, which would be vertex? We're just giving it a color. Can I just say colors 2, which would be water? Okay. Debug so I can find out where that failed. It's probably to do with the shader, yeah. Too many arguments assigned cannot convert from const float to for compact. Use a shader crash. Let me read that. Error compiling shader. Oh, because it's already a vec4. Okay, but now we don't see anything. I change it to 1. Should be actually a debug particle, I think. Yes, we're not seeing anything. I don't think I'm actually writing to this anymore, though. I think I need to actually write to it. Particle system. Go back up here. So we're creating the buffer. We're writing to it. GL named buffer storage. Particle storage buffer. So we create a buffer at index 1. That's probably the first thing, actually. Let's see if that works. No. Named storage. So we create a buffer. Named buffer storage. Colors buffer? That's not right. Get the size, particle color set size. We write the data. And the flag. Const void. Particle colors data. GL buffer storage. Guess I can look it up. OpenGL create shader buffer storage. Gen buffers, bind buffer, buffer data, bind buffer base, bind buffer. Or if you want to update it. So what's the difference GL named buffer storage? I think bind needs to happen when you're I see. So we want to create one of these. Create buffers. Create named buffer storage. So what's the difference between that? Creates initializes buffer objects immutable data store. So it can't change. So gen buffers rather than create buffers. Hmm. But then I still need to bind the buffer when I actually render. Bind buffer. Share storage buffer objects. Okay, so named buffer storage. NGLSSBO. Creating a buffer, inserting data into the buffer using direct state access. Named buffer storage, dynamic storage bit. bind buffer base. There's often not a need to explicitly unbind a buffer. Using GL bind buffer base, you can overwrite the existing binding at any point by calling the function again with the same binding index for a different shader storage buffer object. If you want to use the same storage buffer to be used multiple times, simply specify the exact same in each of those shaders. Okay. Could be problematic later if I forget. Particle colors buffer index. Let's see. I guess we only have one index binding. I don't know if it conflicts with those. Really, for now though, we can just say that. I don't imagine that'll work. It should just stay bound though. Okay. Yes. There we go. And we don't have our shading anymore because I'm not using that value. I should probably return that. I suppose one thing I could do instead is this. So remove that. We can just determine the color in here. So that is a problem. So we're gonna have to say position 2. And then use colors. We're not going to be passing the transparency anymore. We'll just say 2. Everything's water now. But this means then in our... Here we can then specify the layout location equals 3. Particle type in do we have unsigned in here? Uint? Yeah, there we go. A particle type. I guess this does mean that each vertex is gonna have to specify the particle type, which is a little wasteful. But for now, it doesn't matter that much at all for now. This should be 2. And this should be 3. So then we can go do colors, particle type. We'll just leave it like that for now. Times diff, which is a float, vertex colors, and out 3. So we do want to keep the transparency value on there. So we'll change it to a vec4, and then we need to go fragment and do vertex colors and in vec4. I don't think we have these anymore. And we can then just set that. Okay, so we've lost everything, but that's because this needs to be bound to the right place. There we go, everything is in fact water. Yeah, there is a bit of render order issues, I think, with the transparency, but no one cares. Yeah, so you can't see those. You can see that chunk. You can see that chunk. Not that one, though. Unless I move in the right way, perhaps. Then you might be able to see it. It's all about the render order, yeah. That's a problem for later, I guess. Basically, though, I don't think there's gonna be much issue in terms of like chunks around you. It's more like the chunk that you're currently in should be rendered last. Also, like, going inside of the transparent thing seems to... Yeah, vertex order also seems to have an issue. My goodness, is that painful to look at, though? Let's draw water so we actually have some of that actual water physics in here. I wonder if I can make simulation speed a little bit faster, I think. Maybe like 100 milliseconds. Yeah. I feel like the thing that would really upgrade it would be, adding a little bit more realisticness, so like adding physics, basically. Rather than these just continuing to scatter around, they just have like a velocity, so just like down into some direction. Yeah, that's better. Let's see, particle system, particle chunk. Yeah, particle chunk. Then when we're meshing, not H, remesh. Oh, actually, that's just, yeah. New chunk mesh, vertices push back, and we need the particle type. So, data particle type. Unsigned int to float. Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Alright, and then in render, We just need to add another line here. Set this to 2. Index 2. GL float size 1. There's 1 float. So this is 7 times size of float. Stride nothing. So 0 to 3 pointers from 0 to 3, then do 3 more. Yeah, I think that's right. Well, I didn't crash, so that's a good step in the right direction. Vertex. Close some of these tabs. So then we want to use colors. I guess this isn't actually a float. GL U unsigned int. Size of unsigned. That's a stride. We'll leave it as a float, actually, and then in the shader, the particle type might have to cast to an int. Yeah. So everything's the wrong type. Everything is a debug particle. That's not right. So sand is a debug particle. Yeah, there's probably can't index that with the float. Yeah. Scalar integer. Ignore. Can we cast to an int in here? Okay, so everything's water now. Why am I still drawing? I hate that so much. Okay, so I can draw sand, although they're transparent for some reason. That way we're not doing the transparency on that. There we go. Well, that's very weird. These shouldn't be transparent now. Yeah. Okay. So the draw type index. Oh, because the index is -1. We shouldn't ever have 0. I don't know why the index is different than the particle type. The particle type should just be the index. There we go. That's better. And this is just air, which is technically not real. I feel like the lighting is kind of weird now. These are shiny looking. Yeah, we don't apply lighting to the... I feel like that looks kind of better though, that it's not applied in there, but yeah, that's so much better. We can draw our debug particles. Let's make a little circle around myself. There we go. It would really help to have like a way to see what I'm looking at. Probably some sort of like collision too. So like if I'm right up against one, it would still, rather than just like drawing way out over there. This is feeling a lot better now. Should probably make the lights not the player position. Light direction, normalize effect 3, player position. Let's do like X 5. Holy moly, oh my goodness. Y also we'll do 0. And Z should be... Go backwards 5 as well. Everything's so dark. Yeah. So these sides are very dark. It's a light direction though. So it's very... trying to think. I guess you want it to be pointing down. Down and forward. So you would want trying to think. The X on the Y. So like -1, -1. So it'd be down and forward, I think. Yeah. So light's like right there. Oh, I feel like it looks even worse. Basically, we need just face lighting instead of like a light. I don't know if this is supposed to be world. It'd be nice to be able to like actually just change those parameters with like GUI. I don't know why drawing gets locked as on. Like we never read the mouse up input or something. Which is not great. Really, it should just be... It should just be when mouse down is detected. Although I don't know, I think you only get an event that's just mouse button was pushed down. But then you don't continuously get like mouse button down events, if I remember right. I guess if I go to input system, you'd probably find out. Mouse button last frame. No, I guess it does. Is mouse button triggered? Is mouse button held? Yeah. Well, the trigger is mouse button held. So this frame, mouse button, this frame, find button. I see. State does not equal end. And state second. What the heck is state second? It would be state unordered map. I see. Oh yeah, I see. Cause that's this is why I hate using auto, so I don't freaking know what values are. I don't even know why these are auto. All right, let's take care of the shaders. So I'm using this. We should probably do vertex chunk. We could probably just do chunk dot vert. I don't really like using those though, so like vertex chunk. Let's see. Why can't I find rename? Fragment chunk. We don't use that anymore. Plain color. So these are not vertex old, but vertex normal cube. And then rename this. I'll just say cube normal so we don't get lost. They're better named now. Camera system. So when we get the shader, fragment normal cube, and then particles chunk. Actually, do we get the shader program in here? Load the contents, vertex shader, yeah. So vertex chunk and fragment chunk. It's probably not the best thing, but everything is a mess anyway, so. And then make sure everything runs. It does not, and that's because somewhere we're not using the right shaders. We don't depend on that anymore. Don't know how to make what? Copy shaders directory. Is it just because? No. Don't know how to make... That's fine. Okay. Who knows? I guess I needed to reload the project. That seems better. And then vertex chunk, we will make this back into the player position for now until we figure out a better lighting method. It's just kind of weird like this. I feel like it should definitely just be like some sort of directional and ambient lighting. Okay, I suppose that there needs to be the directional light, but then there also needs to be like ambient lighting on top of that. I don't know. Lighting is not easy. Why does this keep like getting out of my window? Like, just stay. So now, I guess we've updated these a little bit better now. So I can like control the simulation step or the particle scale, which is pretty nice. My near and far distances are really weird. We can set the drawing type. I guess I need to actually fix that. So drawing type, draw type minimum 0. So we shouldn't be able to draw air. Name ID of the custom. Yeah, we're gonna need to fix that later. So we need to fix particle system stuff. Fix particle types. There should not be a air type anymore, and index should match particle type. No. Control enter. There we go. Clean up and rename shaders. Nice and done. Update GUI controls. I mean, I haven't really improved them that much. Like, there's not much else to really add, I don't think. Let's set the default drawing distance to something a little bit further away. Particle scale. So a lot of this just is gonna end up needing cleanup. I just don't want to deal with it. Create the shader program. Create the particle type buffer. I think the drawing, all the drawing stuff's gonna need to be probably the player thing, or needs to like it should probably just be a separate thing. Actually, I designed my custom engine so I could make these system things, and I don't use them. I should. I don't know why I'm thinking about the player controller, but I should probably design it so that would you have multiple instances? I guess not, technically. Well, the I guess there's a difference between player and player controller. Like if I want to add multiplayer, I'm gonna need to be able to have, well, multiple players, but they don't need all of the like pieces, right? Like only one of them needs the controller, while the others are just network. So I guess there's like a player base class, I suppose, and then like I guess I was just trying to think about whether the controller's static or not. I guess it should be. It should be singleton. There should only be one of them. Why, hello, welcome. So I feel like I was thinking too far ahead though. Like, it's really not. It wouldn't be that hard to just change it later. Okay, that's a lot better. Why can't I look around? Is my mouse being weird or something? I don't know what is up with these controls still. But yeah, that's much better. I would love a way to change the drawing type without having to use the UI like that. But that's a lot better. I'm not sure why these water particles aren't still updating. I guess they're not being re-added to the queue or saved from the queue. I also don't know why this keeps leaving me. My mouse keeps disconnecting. Oh yeah, they're still moving around. I don't know why. I need to really fix the actual like simulation, like water. If I was to like draw sand, yeah, like there's sand on top of water. Also, I feel like movement speed's maybe a little too fast now by default. Nah, it's probably fine. I think the like ideal scale would probably be like this size. So imagine like I was just walking around on this or something. But that's where the player controller stuff would come into play, is like handling a jump, or like colliding with this stuff, or like yeah, probably just that. Colliding, jumping, fly mode. Also, like, just the scale of the player. And, like, movement speed and velocity, because it's very, you're either going or not. Which has been fine for debugging, but, like, maybe a little bit of, like, deceleration, because that just doesn't exist. So I think that's probably the next task then. Do I have in here already like a player controller? I do. Okay, I guess the GUI controls are better. I guess I never really went and paid attention to like separating the debug and stuff. Because I feel like these things, these two are like game settings essentially. This is something that'll be like an actual like custom UI GUI that I make later on rather than using mGUI. Probably just like some basic sprites or something. This would probably also just become part of the game's GUI, just having like a normal like FPS counter text rather than having this thing I can just drag around. Same with the camera. This stuff could probably just go into like a debug menu, and these could go into like settings. Technically, this is all my like debug menu stuff right here. Am I able to add this on like the side right there? There we go. Now that's what I'm talking about. I don't know why simulation interval it's covered there. No. I was trying to adjust my window size. Leave me alone. There we go. That's a little bit better. Not that that's actually going to save, I don't think. But yeah, it is very nice that mGUI can do this now. Just have like, here's the window just over here, not like on my screen. I should also get rid of the mGUI demo. Where is that actually? Is that in here? mGUI. End frame. Render. No, I think I'm doing that in here. Yeah. mGUI start frame, show demo window, FPS, mGUI end. So that's that window. Let's get rid of the demo window. Start mGUI frame. Yeah, I gotta do that, and then that way that I can render. Okay, that's a lot better. No, we don't have that stupid mGUI thing there. Yeah, and we can do our... Okay, this is feeling a lot less horrendous compared to usual. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is so much better. Although, yeah, erasing still feels impossible because I have no idea where I'm looking at. Whereas, like, drawing, it's like, oh, just draw wherever I'm looking. I don't really care. Probably need to add some sort of, like... What do they call it? Interpolation to the drawing. Is you can see like the separation there, as like if I draw fast it only draws, you know, every time that it can, which is not very often because the chunk's actually locked due to like updates or something. So some sort of like interpolation. Yeah, that's a lot better. Would be nice to have some more like debugging controls for like seeing the chunks, being able to like inspect the chunk a little bit with more detail, like what particles are in it or where, or like some stats or something, or like how many things are in the update queue for a given chunk, or just like little things like that. I think would be pretty nice to have as well. But I feel like maybe I can do that later once things are a little bit more cleaned up. Okay, so yeah. That's a lot better. We'll probably just go ahead and merge this branch. GUI updates and default values. Better default values. Particle colors make a return. I guess another thing I need to do is write the particle simulation. Oh, yeah. So we've done this. We probably have another task later on to like add some more tasks. Use greedy meshing. Do I have in here anything about also using like an SSBO at least? I guess that's probably kind of related but separate. I really want to make the player controller next. Make graphics its own system. Hope I write a description for these things. I don't. Use greedy meshing. Optimization. Great. Create a sub-issue. Interesting. Something like, use an SSBO for mesh rather than writing it to GPU memory every frame. Is that even a thing I could do? I mean, like, I guess, yeah. It's also probably better to I don't know if SSBO is the right play. There might be something better, but also probably just collect all the meshes and combine them and then send that off to the GPU. Well, no, because every time a chunk's mesh updates, then you have to... Well, let me think. I don't need to combine them into one mesh. But I should send all of them at once. Should I? No. Because, yeah, then every time I update one chunk, I have to send all of the chunks back to the GPU again. Which is still better than doing it every frame. but ideally I'd only send it only what I only need to update what I need to update. I don't need to. But I don't know if that's entirely true in terms of GPU. Alright, so use SSBO is probably not the right term, but storage, shader storage buffer. I mean, it probably is, but it's probably not the right place to look. Is there a way to store mesh on the GPU? It's more like a vertex storage. Is there a way to store mesh on the GPU? I am unsure if SSBO is the right thing to do. I mean, yeah, because you need to get the vertex. Yeah, I just gotta figure that out. More like store chunk mesh on GPU and only write when it store is updated rather than writing every frame. That's really long. Store chunk mesh on the GPU and only write that's assumed. Yeah. There we go. Create a sub issue. Does that go in here? Probably not. That's kind of nice though. Also, I've been using GitHub for a long time with a different, with like one of the colorblind themes. I mean, not that anything's, not that I'm colorblind or anything, but like I didn't even realize, but like all this stuff is like different colors. It's just so weird that everything's like, I'm still trying to adjust. Because I'm not used to like open being green and done being purple and stuff. Like things are colored differently and it's throwing me off a little bit. Not that much, but greedy meshing, definitely need to do that. Create the particle types manager. I feel like I've done that, but I need to like fix it. Let's move that to like done. And like technically I have done that. Let's archive it. Write the particle simulation. Again, technically I've done that. I just need to actually like make it better. Get rid of that. I'd like to do that at some point. It might be a little too advanced for me right now. Update MGUI to docking branch. We've done that. Make graphics its own system. Not sure what I really meant by that. I think what I meant was just like, I do all this like OpenGL stuff that's kind of ugly to look at, where it's like, all I want is a function that I can just say, like, bind uniform matrix or something. But like the problem is then I have to create like, because these have like all these different names and crap. But like the idea would be is like, okay, I want to send this matrix. I can just, the projection matrix. Here's the value, and here's the projection matrix. No, the projection matrix. Do what you need to do with it. Then like it'll do this, and then also this. Without like, now it's just one function. Now I only have 3 functions. Or 3 lines instead of this. Like, this, it's just not reusable is the problem. I think that's the thing. And the other, there is a lot of like repeated code too. Like anywhere I draw a cube, it's like, why don't I just put the cube drawing crap in the actual cube? Particle colors make a return. Better default values. Particle colors make a return. Cleaned up shaders. I should actually clean up the shader, like fully clean them up. I don't know what no perspective does. GLSL, no perspective. Not useful. No perspective. Vertex values output from the vertex shader or averaged or interpolated or shaded before reaching the fragment shaders. Ah. This shading means each pixel fragment receives a value which is formed as an average of the values from the 3 vertices. The triangle containing the pixel. So not really anything worth. No, I don't want to open that. I hate clicking on these wrong things. Okay. Clean this up. I don't think we use frag origin or frag direction anymore. Out uniform, enable outlines. We can get rid of that. We don't even use these. Out frag color, frag vertex color. These are basically the same. Chunk, so we have apose, normal, and the colors. Camera uniforms. View projection, particle scale. Frag vertex color out. Okay. Now the shaders are all cleaned up. Cleaned up shaders. And renamed shaders. Commit and push. And then we'll go ahead and merge the branch. Once it finishes doing what it's up to. Compare and pull a request. GUI updates. I'll just say like general. I'd say like general cleanup. Not really a whole lot of cleanup. General cleanup and like making defaults better. I'm struggling for a word or phrase here. Like I guess more reasonable default values. I hate trying to think of names for these things. General cleanup, and yeah, we'll just do that. More reasonable default values. Should probably add in here. Added particle colors now work. Removed, renamed, removed old shaders, renamed shaders, cleaned up shader code, updated GUI UI. Trying to think if I need to be a little more specific about that. Updated GUI to the docking branch. And use get submodule. What else have I done? Updated default camera values. We'll say sprint. If I can, why can I not type? Sprint is now not toggled, but reset on control key up. .5. It's probably good enough. Oh, I should probably also say updated readme a bit. Create pull request. Should I do like enhancement? better builds. Oh my goodness, that's a long time. Yeah. Squash and merge. Let's go. Yeah. Go ahead and delete the branch. And then, let's see. Git fetch origin. Make sure I'm more up to date. Yeah, okay. Check out main. Should be able to just switch, or is gonna complain about this. I'm gonna have to pull from main. And then git submodule init and git submodule update. There we go. And then we have that back. We should be able to run whatever nasty bugs we may run into or not. We shall see. I mean, technically these are all the same, yeah. I'll have you start here. Maybe I'll have it start a little higher up. Yeah, that's much better. Ah, that feels super good. Things are improving a lot. Do I work on player controller? I really don't want to do greedy meshing. And part of that would be add an item. Add item from here. I want to add that. Then I have a update GUI to docking branch thing. Yeah. I think I had an existing issue for that update GUI to docking branch. Yeah. No description added. Oh, that was a pull request. No, it was an issue. Not sure why I had two of those then. Add items. These two. Fixed development and environment inline There you go. Alright, player controller time. I suppose why not? So we'll make a new branch from main. Player control. This seems wrong. Is controller with 1L or 2? I believe 2. That's probably why it looks wrong. So I guess player controller wouldn't necessarily be a system. I need some sort of like system that maintains things like that instead. I mean, the problem is systems need to... I mean, there should only be one player controller. I feel like maybe it's better to have, though... I'm trying to think about, like, potential multiplayer, too. I don't know if I want to get into that soon or not. It seems difficult. I guess the thing that gets difficult with that is actually like the chunk data. Having to send all of that. Although it's not really that bad. Because these are only like a few kilobytes files, aren't they? If I have all the chunks I have generated now, like, you only need to send the ones that said other player is also loading in, like the request to load chunks from said server. Open Explorer, there we go. So like, if I go to properties, this is only in itself, all of what I have right now is one of these two values, less than 500 kilobytes. Like, that's the whole chunk. Like, that's generally pretty easy. I could probably send all of these, but like, you know, you're only gonna need like a few of the chunks around, at least when you know, load in. It's like, they're only a few kilobytes. 79, so like 80 kilobytes at most so far. Like, that's pretty easy to just send. I mean, there's probably some like compression that could be done and stuff, and I could probably make the format a little bit better. Like not having the separator necessarily, at least between values, because the only thing I need to separate is different sets of values. So like, I don't need to have a separator for each position in the, as I could show, particle chunk. So when we load in, so when I load in all the values for the queue, the serialized queue, like I have to skip the separators, whereas I could just not store those. There's no reason to. I just need to read in 3 integers. Is this IVEC? Yeah, so three signed integers, and then read another 3 signed integers. And like, if those next 3 signed integers are all separator, we're done, which I already do. Position in queue just so happens to be a vec3 separator. Get the hell out. We're done. Probably want to have something a little better than that, but like, now I'm already storing somewhat less values. There are no separators here, because, you know, why? I mean, like, part of the reason for the separators, if I pull up my hex editor of choice, open recent, part of the reason for the separators, I guess you can't see very well, but these 2 values here, at least, this is a separator right here. It's just like visual appeal in here, and then, but not a big deal. The only problem with this is that, are there vec4s? No, I don't think so. There might be. But the only problem is then I need to actually remember to read that last separator, but then again, I just don't write the last separator. Just write 3. But yeah, that could be taken care of. Okay. But yeah, so player controller, so there would have to be 2 different player objects. Basically, a player, there'd be, should there be a player base class? I don't see any common functionality between either of them, given like a multiplayer one and just the actual client player. Yeah, I don't see anything that would be the same about them, other than the fact that they are a player object, and that if I had like a player manager, I guess the thing is that the client player needs to be a singleton. There should only be one of them. That's for certain. And that would attach with, that would be the like actual controller that controls like the camera and stuff. The other thing is the camera is static. There's only one camera as well. Systems are also static, but I feel like system's the wrong word. And like adding the client player in this case as a system feels kind of weird. Feels like something else should manage things like that. So there should be a system that manages smaller systems, especially if there could be multiple of a said system. So like, it feels weird having even like, I mean, it feels weird just having all these as systems, I guess. I don't really know. Like, graphics as a system, like, that just handles like setup, doesn't it? And cleanup. Like, that makes sense. The overarching graphics system, just like a startup and shutdown handler, essentially. Input system, all that does is like reading inputs and is accessible for like what inputs are happening this frame or last frame. GUI is fine being its system. It needs its startup and shutdown. I believe input comes before that because some of the inputs should be processed in relation with GUI, but I'm not entirely sure. There might be a reason for that order. Even like the camera system, I feel like maybe isn't proper as its own system necessarily. Like, there's actually not anything that should be the only thing this has is like an init. This isn't really even like supposed to be a system. Or let's find this. Like, this isn't even really supposed to be a system, because all it does is set up, init, exit, and done. And for oh, this is graphics wrong. I need camera system. Here we go. All we do is init and update and exit. And update is just recalculating this init. Update's just recalculating most of the stuff that we would already just do when we like set these values from the player controllers. So like, we don't really need an update. What we need is like an update position, an update target, and like these things are all just like the player thing. Like, yes, we'll probably have well, no, we don't even need that. All the camera needs is these values to end up with these, right? Like, that's all that needs to happen. And we really don't need an update for that, I don't think. Render is just, again, that would go in the player. So like, camera system's really just a camera. And like, everything, it should be static. Should only be one of these, which technically, yeah, it is basically static, although none of these variables are static per se, but you can only have, you know, one of this. It's a namespace, basically a singleton class is the best way I could find for doing such a thing in C++ in a decent way. But like, yeah, the only things that this needs is those, and the only things you need to update is the position and the target. And with those, you can update the projection and the view accordingly. And projection only needs to be recalculated if aspect ratio or field of view change. So like, that could be a good reason maybe for update is like if the aspect ratio changes, like the window size, or if I have like a way to like change the aspect ratio, but like I could just have an update aspect ratio function on here. But then that's where I need like some like general system that's like, okay, update the player controller, and then like, you know, the player controller takes care of, you know, getting the inputs and whatnot it needs, and then updating the camera accordingly. And then, you know, you need a thing to be like, okay, what's the window size, and has that, you know, changed? Okay, well, the window size did change. Go ahead and update the camera's aspect ratio as well. Oh, the field of view also changed. Go ahead and change the camera's field of view. I feel like that's probably also just a better contract. I feel like then the same could be said for the player controllers, like the inputs are changing. That's kind of weird though. No, because that's what the player controller is, taking the inputs and then updating the camera. It's just moving that stuff outside of our general thing. And the problem is the particle system has kind of become the general system. So I wish I could. The only way to create the source and header together is by either doing them manually or creating a class, removing the created class and replacing it with a namespace. Although player could probably be a class. You just need to only not construct more than one of them. I feel like that's a bad contract though. Do we need to access the player from anywhere either? I doubt it. The other thing is the particle system is more of a chunk system now, and that should probably also have some better like interfacing, because the player is gonna need to access it in order to do like collision kind of stuff. With the chunks, that's an issue for later, perhaps. But yeah, I guess there would be like a player class, and then you would make the client player, which is a static thing. And then you can also make the other player like a multiplayer player, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's a little bit to think about. I'm gonna be right back though. I got to take care of a few things for a few minutes, and I will see you all in a few seconds, and we'll go and make this player controller rather than blabbing. Alright, and I am back. Why, hello, Wackery, welcome. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be live. I also need to actually do some work. But I guess trying to make a player controller. I'm struggling here with like whether to make it static or not. I guess for now we'll just make it static and stuff. Do I implement it as a system? Probably not. And I guess the only thing you need to do is update the player. There's not much to do on setup. Just default values. Okay, let's think. Let's just make it a class. Add. First time using a class in a while. Oh my god, I hate these stupid things. Like, just pragma once. If I remember where that's supposed to go. Does that go in the header? I haven't done C code and C++ in a while. I think pragma once goes in here. In the header, yeah. Header. Okay. We'll use a class for now. Once I add multiplayer, basically this is the problem for once I add multiplayer and once I decide that I really want to make the player like a singleton. And like technically there shouldn't be two of them. I know, right? Let's multiplayer. I don't want to deal with that. But I guess technically this is public, so we just need a player constructor. GLM vec3 position. We'll do that for now. We want this to be out there. I don't know if there's anything else that we want to shove into the player. Good luck with collisions. I'm not gonna deal with collisions for now. The only collision I think will just be with y equals 0 for now, except in like fly mode. So I guess then that means we're gonna need some like controls on the player. So like setting the mode, whether it's like fly or actual like gravity affected. So we're gonna need like a enum mode. Gravity, fly. We're gonna need an update. I need to start doing the more lowercase thing. We will need delta time. This is in fact void. We're gonna need some values here. So the player trying to think. Okay, well we need to start with the position. We're gonna need something like vec3 velocity. Enum mode. We also want like movement speed. Acceleration. Would acceleration be a vector? No, that doesn't make sense. Rotation speed. We'd also, yeah, we're also still gonna want, well, I guess the camera controls and stats for MGUI could just go in here, because those are the only things that need to, like, control it directly right now. You keep putting semicolons in your Godel code. Yikes. I guess if we add, like, an actual GUI for, like, changing things, well, but I'm trying to figure out if I want things like the FOV and stuff to still be on the camera. Like, should the camera own the field of view? Like, what does the camera need? Oh, like, the player's rotation's going to be that. Rotation sensitivity, basically. So we need these. Close other tabs. Essentially, that's rotation speed. Rotation sensitivity. The pitch and the yaw. Which are just floats. Position, velocity, acceleration. Probably a little bit more of like constant value. Rotation sensitivity. You know what I realized is the camera movement I don't think actually uses delta time. Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, we have access to the window. Okay. The other thing is do I calculate the front vector? That's a camera thing. Cursor locked. Yaw pitch. Do I calculate target and just say camera system set target? Yeah, that's probably the better thing to do. Because then I can just calculate target however the frick I need to. Well, but I need... Yeah. Because... I only then need to... Yeah, then I don't have to send pitch and yaw to the camera. I can just tell the camera, this is your target, look there. And then whatever's telling it can figure out how to calculate the target. Which is basically all of this. Key triggered. Escape. So this isn't even like camera, this is just like general window graphic thing. I don't even know why that's in here. And I guess we're gonna need like some constants like gravity. I guess this needs to be GLM UVEC, not UVEC, VEC3 gravity. My goodness. Use auto. I don't want to. Let's not. I should probably use the initializer. There we go. Player. So you can initialize the player with a initial position. We also need something like drag. deceleration. Although that could probably also just be on the player. I feel like all these, for now, let's just put these all on the player because it makes it easier to control. So we have the acceleration, movement speed. Right, this should be like terminal velocity, more like. So like you can't accelerate past that. Terminal velocity. So like terminal velocity, rotation, sensitivity. Then we have gravity in here. Yeah, that's fine. What are you complaining about? Well, I guess I want to be able to modify these right now, so... Has already been declared as an enumerator. Oh. Ugh, freaking hate enums. Because technically this is not... These are just like values, but they actually go on the player class. So if I... Can you generate definition? If I do player... I don't actually have to do mode. Now the fix for that is this, I believe. And then that forces... Yeah, that forces the enum to be separate. Let's not have an initializer param for right now. We'll just init position to 000 for right now. This is probably complaining about that. Velocity can be 0. Yaw and pitch. Yaw will do -90. These can all go on new lines so that it's not like extremely long. The mode, so we don't have to specify enum mode. We can also default value these, but player mode fly. Why are you making shit up? Acceleration is a constant. Terminal velocity. The thing with velocity too is I want the direction. The direction needs to always have no, I guess you'd say smoothing. So like if I look somewhere, I will immediately be going that. My velocity will still remain the same, but my direction will instantly change rather than like kind of curving into it, because that's weird. Maybe it's not that weird, but maybe it is weird. You always try it. So we have a constant like gravity. We also want drag. We're not going to implement the player mode for now. It'll just be... what was I going to do? God. Ugh. Terminal velocity, rotation, sensitivity, acceleration, gravity. I guess we're going to need a render value, but just for the GUI stuff. Which is not desirable, so maybe I'll have like a debug render instead. Just to like specify that like this is not like the player needs to render something. Well, actually though, but I guess the player does need to render something, which is because I need to be able to render the particle position that I'm looking at. I want to render a cube there, so I know where I'm drawing. But I'm trying to think if that should be like a separate thing from the player. I guess not really. I don't know where else that would go. It doesn't really make sense to go somewhere else. It doesn't mean I'm gonna need to do some weird stuff. I guess I can just do it wherever, because it's just the camera. Well, yeah, I guess that could be done somewhere else. Because it's just the camera target times the draw distance plus the camera position or the player position. Because the other thing is the camera position could be different than the actual player position. If we had like a third person mode, for example. Or like a way to hop out of the player. I guess the player should have a render. So I don't, like, where would that go? Like, that's part of the player, is that. Like, that is the player's purpose. I don't know if the player would be responsible for drawing particles. Like, I should say creating particles in the chunks. Placing particles, I should say. I don't know if the player's controllers really... why would you separate that? Yeah, okay, the player's gonna need a render. And then again, the player there only needs to be one player, so really this shouldn't be a class. Well, I guess, like, if I had multiplayer, like, a lot of these things are similar, although... because like I would need to know the position, I would need to know the yaw and pitch. Could be useful to have velocity so that you could do all the calculation. Seeing having multiplayer, you know, seeing the other player, you wouldn't have to have them constantly every single frame send updates about their existence. You'd only need to update when like something major changes, because like I mean like there's desync possibilities there, but like there always is. I don't know why I'm thinking about I really want to add multiplayer, but I really don't want to actually implement it. But like I can just change all this once I do, so it's not really a big deal. I just need to get something working. Okay, so the player needs a render method. Probably would want some like get methods, although yeah, I guess that would make sense. Okay, we have acceleration. Oh, we want to drag. Or deceleration. Should probably call this acceleration rate. I mean, is that even proper? Is an acceleration is the rate of change. But then you have the rate of change. So like you would apply the acceleration to velocity every time. Trying to figure out if that makes any sense. But then if you set the acceleration as 0, you're not accelerating anymore, but you still have velocity, so then you need to negative it. Velocity also contains direction, so you can't really set velocity to negative. And that's where negative acceleration would then be your drag. Okay. Thinking here. I don't remember. I don't know why this physics is so hard. This should be because you would be accelerating in a specific direction. This would be your essentially normal. This would be also the direction that you would accelerate. But because we want direction to always just be where you're looking and not be applied to the acceleration, we would set we would need to set the we need to get the magnitude of the velocity, which would be your speed. Then we need to get the normalized look direction and multiply that by the magnitude. Is that right? Who knows? Alright, acceleration. Oops. So to apply drag, well, we need to know in which direction we're accelerating. So I guess technically that would just be, this should probably be terminal velocity, so it's as fast as we're allowed to be going. Terminal velocity would be our movement speed, our max movement speed. Rotation sensitivity, camera system, we'll leave that as is. Gravity, I'm not gonna worry about too much right now. Okay, update. We'll go ahead and add render, even though we don't need to do that right now. Player mode fly. Or gravity. We'll do gravity for now. Well, I don't know. I don't think it matters. We're not going to use it. Okay. Water is delicious. Oh, I got hair in my mouth. There we go. Okay. So, as we update, position plus equals velocity times dt. Wow, who would have guessed? If dt equals 0, return. Just like if I should have a dt controller, or I guess I should say I should have a way to set it to 0. Because I have in a lot of places where if it's 0, don't do anything. And that's like a helpful way to like, I should have a way to forcefully control delta time to like, I guess control the speed of things. I guess it doesn't really work on much anyway, because the simulation's really the only thing you see at the moment. I love this little suggestion here. I guess at the end, we're going to need camera system, and we're going to actually need some things in there now. So camera system H instead. So we're gonna still need those. Get the field view, reset, camera matrix. I don't even think we use that. Get position, get target. So instead of getting the position, getting the target, we want to be able to set those. We don't store those now. Set position, set target. Hopefully we don't use those anymore. Define, generate definition, set position. Why'd you go all the way over here? System. As system. Set position, set target. Why did those go in there? That's weird. Init, update. I don't need that anymore. Render. Get target. Set position, set target. Those go here. Reset is in the wrong place. Yeah, we're not gonna store these anymore because we don't need them. So when we set the position, we need to change the view matrix. Well, I guess we're gonna need the target for that. So maybe we do store the target. We need to set the position. When we set the position or the target, we need to set the view. Well, I guess it makes sense for the camera to store both of those. So we'll replenish this. But we'll also have setters. So you can set the position or set the target. I feel like that's a little better but when we set the target or position, we're going to need to update the view. So we need void update view matrix, and then we want the GLM. These should be void. Set target, camera system, set position, set target should be void. So position, target, or vec3s. So update vec3. We'll do a pass by reference, position, and GLM vec3 target. Up vector is hard coded. Let's close our stupid render function here. So view. We say update view matrix. Our camera system. I went and actually like. Oh God, I hate this so much. Void translate. I see. So I need to actually provide void update view matrix. GLM-vec3 reference. Well, actually, we just store position and target on here. There's no reason to pass them. Yeah. Void update perspective matrix. I think it's perspective. There we go. So we actually don't need to pass values. Update view matrix, and then void camera system update perspective matrix. Then here we have update view matrix. Oh, it's projection, not perspective. Well, okay, it's projection. Update projection matrix. We want to copy update projection matrix. There you go. We only need to end up doing that if we do changes like field of view, which, yeah. View GLM. Okay. Keep getting distracted by things. Okay. So then we can do that. We should do that. Camera set position and set target. And this just takes a GLM, I'll just say const GLM vec3 reference position and set our position. I guess these probably are public then, so we can tell it, because the problem is we're gonna we're gonna set the position and the target, and if I have to recalculate view twice, that's kind of wasteful if I just call update view matrix. So maybe instead it's better to just have a set function where you set the position and you set the target. We don't need the up vector, please stop. Then we set the position. Then we Holy moly, please update the view matrix. Are these complaining because it's const? Update of type. No viable operator equals matches arguments of type const glm vec3 and const glm vec3. These aren't const. Why? What? Oh, because new target. There we go. New position. New target. There we go. Then update the view matrix. Then in camera system, we just say set const glm vec3 and target. That way we can set both of them at the same time. And if you only need to set one of them, then you can just get the position or get the target value and pass it right back through. So we don't need to do that. Camera reset. We're not going to be storing those anymore. Field of view to 60. So all of these values are going to go away. Set the view, update the projection matrix. Set target we don't have anymore. Camera system set. We could also do something for setting the field of view. Where are my get functions? Get view, get model. We should not do that. There's no model. I'm not rendering anymore. Get field of view. Get the view, the projection. We don't need the camera model. There's no model for the camera. Camera set, we'll lowercase it so I don't go insane. I don't know where get target and get position are. Are they like up here or something? Did I remove them? I did. Get the position, get the target. We also want a way to set the field of view and the aspect ratio. Cameras, this is so unorganized. Camera matrix. This is like a combined, completely wrong thing. That I don't know what that's for. Just return projection and view. Is that the right order? You can look in the shader code to know. Chunk. projection times view. This is translate. We're not going to need that per se anymore. Okay. So now we're going to want all of this. Put that into player update. A lot of stuff. Graphics. Input system. Import. It's all wrong. Travel speed. Acceleration, basically. Multiply it by some scale. A lot of this needs to be updated. Target, and then we want system set position and target. Cannot resolve symbol target. Position, velocity. I guess you want the also to store the player's target. Vec3, I guess you would call it the front vector. Normalize the front. Pretty sure it's already normalized, but yeah. That way you can just say front. We can do all these separately. This is a disaster. Alright, so we want to figure out the front vector. Sensitivity. It's rotation sensitivity. Travel cursor locked. Not really sure why this is in here. Cursor locked. Sensitivity. Okay. Part of me is thinking I should just rewrite all of this. Go back to camera system. Go ahead and add all that back in. We don't even need to update that unless the thing changes. So calculate the front vector. This is our look direction. Set the camera position and front vector. That's probably the last thing that we do. Okay, so we need to apply acceleration, which is basically our keyboard input. We're not going to worry about up and down acceleration. We should. Travel speed, I'm not going to worry about right now. Camera system H, leave that alone. Let's move this up to here. So we get the window if we need it. Just take care of input. So our acceleration I see, which contains our direction, acceleration. We're not doing that. Accelerate, but we need to know the direction to go based on this. But this is also based on the look. It needs to be rotated. Math is hard. And we'll be right back. I'm gonna go get more water. have returned. I forgot that I didn't put it back on the screen scene. My bad. I am back from my water getting. Okay, I made a little bit of progress here. Basically, I've added the acceleration thing. So, accelerate, apply the acceleration direction based on the key. I need to do this. I need to rotate that by my look direction, and then we apply our acceleration constant, which is just like the rate at which we accelerate. I guess that makes sense. We need to clamp that by a terminal velocity, so we can only... I guess actually that's not right. We want to clamp velocity by the terminal velocity. Velocity plus equals acceleration. Well, yeah, okay. Really, it's the clamp of it. Although you're going to actually keep speeding up. So velocity needs to be the one that's clamped. So velocity equals terminal velocity. We're not doing that. Acceleration's not additive, so yeah, that's more reasonable. Now position plus equals velocity. Yeah. So now all we need to do is rotate the acceleration by the direction that we're trying to go. So we already have that. Let's find translate, because I already have code that does said thing. It's basically some code that I have. See, separate the vertical movement so it's not affected by the rotation. Target. I see. Which would be front. So we should probably calculate this. So after doing that, let's do this. And then to do take mouse input for look direction. Are we storing front on here? Yeah, so we don't actually need to do that. Calculate the front vector. This is probably complaining position, velocity, front. I guess we could do that in here initially, using the initial pitch and yaw. Calculate the front vector. That way we have it up to date. So vertical or translation, that's just acceleration. Our front vector is target. Acceleration, acceleration. We need the up vector. You can just yoink that from the camera system. Shove that into here. Up vector. this is not right anymore. Horizontal plus vertical. Acceleration. There we go. Is the normalized version of that. We'll just compress all this. Basically, we need to take the vertical, because we don't want the rotation to affect our movement vertically. We want to take that out. So I guess technically we don't use vertical until here. Normalize. Yeah, so you just need to take that out. Forward, front dot x, front dot y. Cross product. Calculate the right vector using the world up. I don't know if you need to do that necessarily. I think this is just the up vector technically, but whatever. The horizontal acceleration x times right times acceleration z times forward. Then position just plus equal velocity. And then let's go ahead and yoink the camera movement if cursor locked. Offset, pitch and yaw, sensitivity, rotation sensitivity, cursor locked. Rule cursor locked equals false. We'll deal with that later. Got that. Rotate acceleration by the look direction. Position plus equals velocity. Terminal velocity. Yeah, so we need a rate of acceleration, basically. And then the acceleration. This is like our speed. I guess that is because it's additive. Yeah, okay. Then we just set the camera. Then we'll just leave that. For now, we'll just do something silly like adding the player into the camera. We'll just call it player temp. Constructor player players inaccessible. There we go. Then in update, we'll just say player temp update. Not the best. None of those values work anymore, probably. Who knows if any of this actually works? Very cringe to put the camera inside the player. Or the player inside the camera. Actually, there's probably a undefined symbol struct camera system get model. What is model? Get model is always just a 0 vector. We have access to it. I don't know why we need to. Model declare with type auto. Oh. So, surely we'll have like a circular dependency thing actually. Okay. So we're not seeing anything. That's one thing. Okay, so look direction seems to be working. Positions nan. Update camera system set position. Okay, so we still see everything. So we should have pitch and yaw working again. Okay. Calculate the front vector. Okay, that's fine. Start looking down, but probably because of that Acceleration 0. That's fine. We'll have to actually be able to like see the values, but it's fine. Velocity plus equals acceleration, which should just be 0. Standard C out acceleration.x. Infinity nan. I see. So if I'm not moving at all, then it's nan. Right. We only need to... Why are we getting infinity nan? Probably not from there. Yeah, probably from our rotation thing here. If length is equal to 0, the result is undefined and generate an error. Right. I don't think these need to be normalized though. It should just stay as 0. Yeah. That's better. Okay, fine. I'm going to take this cursor locked thing and also do it in here because it's annoying. And we don't need to keep printing that. Then we insert our position plus equal velocity. But yeah. That's way too fast though. Acceleration constant. velocity plus equals acceleration. Clamp. We clamp this to 1. Terminal velocity of 1. That's still very fast. And you never slow down. Yeah, definitely need to add some. This is very hard to control now. Alright, so vertical acceleration should okay, so then I need velocity too. I need to apply the opposite direction of velocity and downscale it by a drag factor. Float drag factor. These are very small values, although it's very slow now. I'd argue that maybe that would be the top speed. Probably turn up the drag factor to be like between those. So drag would be the reflection of velocity, the opposite direction. Let's see. Vector. Opposite direction. The opposite of a vector is vector the magnitude but points in the opposite direction. To find the opposite of a vector, you multiply each component by -1. Can't believe I don't remember that. Velocity, drag, position. Let's just say drag equals velocity times -1. I guess that's negative drag factor. GLM vec3 drag velocity plus drag. That'll slow us down. Actually, I don't think it will, because okay, we do move faster, which is nice. Drag's definitely not right. Let me think here. Because velocity is plus equals the acceleration. So we want to apply this more as not. We want negative acceleration. Acceleration plus drag. Is that right? I don't think so. Because this is 0. This is 0. Then there's no drag being applied to velocity. We need the velocity to have the drag. Minus drag, because I think that's actually re-accelerating. I don't actually remember. We need to drag factor. Apply drag. Force is mass times acceleration. Acceleration is drag force times object, or divided by object mass. velocity is initial velocity plus 1 divided by 2 times acceleration times time squared. So we have acceleration 0. Velocity times the factor, which is the backwards scaled less. Do this cringily. If acceleration equals, oh my god, GLM Vec3 0. Velocity plus equals drag. So hard to control the direction now. Guess I should do like 3D player camera. Alright, so player movement physics. Yeah, examples. I just need to know how to like handle that. I don't need a library. Physics example. There we go. Are you loading a physics engine? No. I am not loading a physics engine. I'm trying to make the player use real physics. But I'm not loading a physics engine. I don't need a physics engine just for the frickin' player. But like, what I'm doing is not great. Like, one problem is physics are applied to moving up and down, which ideally shouldn't be. And also, like, moving in a certain direction is very hard, or moving in the look direction is not great because it's also part of the velocity. Rather than just being the actual, like, or it's part of the acceleration, so I have to actually accelerate in the direction I'm looking, which means it's very hard to move around. And like shift or moving down, just, you know, ugh, this is bad. Yeah, like moving up and down probably shouldn't get affected by the acceleration. They should just be translate up and down. Or they shouldn't be applied to velocity. So like the vertical shouldn't be applied to velocity. It should only be just applied to position, basically. Just to make that fix. But yeah, using realistic physics for the player controller is not working too well. Of course, there's all these like game engine things. Like, no, I do not care. So like, I want. I mean, at the very least, I can just reset all of this to do basically what I used to do. Instead of using... I'll just do that. So now we don't do physics anymore. For the time being. things are reverted back to normal. Just the player is very slow. I guess it would also probably help if I was doing real physics to actually have like mass. It's like this is how I want it to be, but like I want the more realistic physics where like I'm moving forward. Now I like don't just suddenly stop, but I like kind of slow down into it. You know, kind of like Minecraft controls basically. But like up and down don't need to have any of that. Only like horizontal movement needs to have that. And then also like while I'm moving, I need my movement direction to be immediate to where I'm looking. Like this. Whereas like with whatever the heck I've done, it's like I'm looking this way, okay, now I'm looking this way and I'm still like going that way, and then I'll like slowly start going like no. I want to be able to like easily just go the direction that so really it's like how do I properly implement this? And I think for now I'm not going to properly or really implement that at all. This needs to get moved out of here. Basically I need like window focus or something. Like if cursor is locked, don't do any of this. Or don't do any of the like inputs. But yeah, basically I need to set the velocities rotation to be the vector set rotation. Let's reset the velocity. Rotation. We want to accelerate in the proper direction. We also want to velocity in the proper direction. We actually want to clamp the velocity's magnitude and not its value for terminal velocity, I suppose. It's not, that's a thing for later, I guess. So this is our rotation, is the front vector. This is the let's try that. Can't see shit. Okay, let's reset the freaking chunk so I can actually see crap. velocity dot length. GLM length velocity. There we go. Although we still get the times front. GLM vec3 front dot x velocity dot y front dot z. Okay, so we can't go up and down anymore. 0. The long ass line. Whoa, that's not right. My god, freaking extra parenthesis crap. Nope. Yes. No. That's not right. Nope. Copy. Velocity plus equals acceleration. Speed direction. Yeah, essentially velocity just equals the acceleration. Otherwise, velocity yeah, we'll just leave it the way it's been for a long time, and I'll figure this crap out later, I think. That's too much work. Because I move extremely slow still. What did I do? Acceleration times move time speed times dt. I already drew delta time. I don't think that's necessary. Okay, that's better. Then we need to add in if input system movement speed and we move into render the GUI stuff. We'll do player. We'll keep the camera, but the things on here need to be changed a bit. Like the movement speed and sensitivity aren't on here anymore. We don't control the field of view. Yet, at least. Pitch and yaw. There's no reset. Maybe we'll just... yaw equals -90.0f. Pitch is 0. Position is 0. Front vector, pitch and yaw. The mouse sensitivity, which is rotation and movement speed. And we also want GUI text. Let's see. Position, look, direction. I guess the velocity for later. Move, mouse sensitivity, movement speed. Oh, we don't actually call the render, that's right. You should get a new GUI thingy, which we can shove onto here. I guess technically resetting the camera position won't do anything, it's the player's setting it. But now, reset shouldn't do any of these. Let's see, we need no longer model, no longer yaw, pitch, travel speed, cursor locked. I don't think that's really supposed to be part of this, but we don't actually use it in here anymore. Model is part of this crap. Temporary stuff to remove. This can also just be 0. We don't need translate anymore. Alright, and player, then... void update camera. Then we also want... That's probably fine. Then we can generate definition. We will put all of this. Into here. Then we can do things like drawing particles. We'll say placing. Handle drawing particles. I guess there should be some better organization than update camera, because technically this is more like update position and velocity and stuff. Some more like update physics. Update camera position. Before we do that, handle collisions after. Then update the camera position. Handle the drawing particles. Handle drawing particles. I wouldn't say drawing, but placing. There we go. So handle placing particles, and then there's one more thing. Oh, drawing the, like, the players look at position for drawing, so I guess it's part of that. Draw ghost cube at place position. And then we could probably just take this to do that. The reason I don't like having this as a class is because this. So this is really update physics. What are you complaining about? Did I spell something wrong? No, okay. Void, not render physics. What are you talking about? I guess like handled particle interaction. Maybe that's a little vague because it could mean like collision as well. So it's probably do like handle particle placing. It's not a great name, but I don't think I'll need delta time for that. And I guess another thing is void handle. I need something to handle ghost cube. Draw ghost cube. Although the problem with that is that needs to be in render. And the other problem is that I do need some of the calculations from the particle placing thing, perhaps. Maybe I just have a specific... Well, yeah, I'm gonna need to do that anyway, because I need to handle, like, the input and stuff. So handle particle placing. Draw ghost cube. So we want to draw the ghost cube. Update physics. Let's generate definition for both of these. And here we can shove that for a moment. Handicle? Why do I keep saying handicle? Jeez. Handle collisions, we'll just say to do update the camera position. So this, like, we want to keep that separate from our physics. Update the camera position. The reason we want to handle collision stuff, I guess I'll just do that. Update the camera position, handle particle placing particles. Handle particle placing. DT. Draw the ghost cube at place position. Cool. We got all this great stuff in here that I will just comment out for now. Camera system, we don't do pitch and yaw anymore. Field view reset. Oops. See, anything else in here that we should get rid of? We don't need the window. We don't need to update the projection matrix every frame, or every update, so every frame, but I'm lazy. Well, actually, I'm not lazy, it's just that when the FOV changes, field of view, that we need to update it, or the aspect ratio value. Do I, on init, reset should then call update view matrix and update projection matrix, and then I don't have to call it every update. So you're getting pretty close to not needing update in camera. The camera actually doesn't need to be a system. At least one that's added to our thing, I should say. Field of view, I believe this returns a bool, yeah, if you modify the value. And when that happens, we need to update the projection matrix. Probably better to have like a debug field, like a debug render or something. And then just have like a debug render system. And then like just in here I can just say init, and inside of init I can just like, you know, debug render system add, and then just the function pointer to my render, but it doesn't need to be a public value, so something like that would be nice. So then I can keep the GUI debug render stuff separate from things. I can also then control when debug render is enabled or not without having to like add a thing everything. I also don't need to exit. And then we can get rid of that. Camera system init. So we move all of this into the player. Player init is also going to need, although, yeah. Do the graphic stuff, pitch and roll. I have that as a duplicated code fragment, yeah. Calculate front. I could just say update physics. Although if some of these systems aren't initialized before the player is, that would be a problem. But then at the same time, I don't think this matters anyway. Position front. We can just say front is 0. GLM vic 30. And then we don't need to do that, I don't think. No. Much better. Yeah, there's no need to Update physics. Panel particle placing. Okay, so now we get to move some stuff around. Let's make sure this is cleaned up. I guess first let's move the player out of here. Ghost cube rendering. And then the player can get out of here. And unfortunately, for now, we will shove the player in here. Player. Then inside of update, all of this stuff. Yeah, take care of chunks, but that should be based off player position. So we're gonna need some methods on here as well to like get the position. GLM effect 3 get position, generate definition, turn position. We probably want to update the player after, since we're using the camera position. No, I guess we want to use, here we go. Well, we want to update the player position first. Okay, so player dot update, and then inside of render, player dot render. This doesn't quite matter where I render the player exactly, but this is all the chunk render. And then player update. So then camera doesn't need an update anymore. We no longer need to update. Just say null pointer. I mean, I guess we can use the camera position still. We need the camera position for rendering. Because that's, you know, what we see. but we need the player position for like the chunks that are around. So let's see, camera systems all mostly cleaned up now, I think. Let's move this. Probably doesn't belong in here, but we'll just put it there. Particle data manager. This is all of our drawing stuff, which goes now into the player. Handle the placing. We are going to need access to clamp, draw distance. So let's go ahead and snatch some of my values on here. Draw pose. Particle placing. So we need the draw pose, looking at particle pose, draw type, basically all of these. What are you complaining about? Is incomplete. Camera, include type pointer, camera system H, matrix transform. Why do we have GUI in here? There we go. GLM. That better? Okay. Why do we have this? GLUint. That's probably not the right place to get that from. One of these. Glue. Okay, now we're all good. Okay, camera, player, particle system, particle colors buffer. That's spelled wrong. Movement speed. Okay, draw pose looking at particle pose. I'm pretty sure that's draw pose. Draw distance, which is basically the front vector. So looking at particle pose is a bunch of math. It's front vector times the draw distance. That's our draw type. Particle scale is a value that we're probably gonna want access to, along with chunk size. It's probably for now. Well, what do we use these for? I guess not really much. Particle scale. So we use it here. Drawing controls goes on the player now. So that goes in here. Particle type system. We got some errors. Particle scale. Yeah, particle system. Guess the problem is probably not the best. To circularly import. Because I need to import the player. I'm importing the player into here, which isn't really ideal, but I also don't then want to import particle system. But I guess these are like constants, or at least should be like static values that are accessible from outside. Particle system H, where are you? Then the the player can access draw type, particle type incomplete. Right. So we need to include particle type incomplete? Hold on, what? Particle type. Ah. Interesting. Okay. Particle scale. Use global variable. Particle chunks. We need access to those now. I guess the other thing is now we probably want to get our chunk position which I think we have a function for player position, particle system. So after init, world position, a chunk position. So instead of this, we should probably store chunks in a hash map. Then the other problem is how are we going to access? The problem is render depends on this being handled. Although there's a few ways I'm thinking this could be done, but I'm not sure what the nicest way of doing it would be. It would be kind of nasty to pass it in, but at the same time, player update, standard vector. We want a const standard vector reference. Particle chunks. What are you complaining about? Some weird bullshit. Oh. Particles chunk. And then handle particle placing. God damn it. Would be the same thing. Cannot convert this argument from type const standard vector value type to particles chunk. Function is missing const qualifier. Ah. Yeah, I guess I can't really... No. Oh, because I didn't update that. Particle chunks. What the fuck is this complaining about? Oh my god. Cannot convert this argument from type const standard vector value type to type particle chunk. Particle chunk. What the hell is this complaining about? Particle chunks. Particle chunks. Oh, this needs to be pointer. These are pointers to chunks, that's why. Particle chunk pointer. Now you all good? Yeah. Okay, particle system. Particle chunks. Not really ideal. Everything probably works as normal, almost. Not quite. Duplicate symbol. What? Let's just move that into player C++. Everything seems to be working as normal. Now, all we need to do is this rendering thing. Read shader file. Where does that come from? Probably... We're gonna need shape. Shaders.h. And we also want shapes. And this is not quite right. We're going to have to do some modifying. First off, vertex normal cube. Shader program, gen buffers. Okay, so then in the render, bind vertex, it's in the cube. Bind buffer. Use a shader program on a window. Why do we need the window size and width? I don't think we do. Get frame buffer size. Model view projection. I don't think we need to store the model matrix on here. In fact, we could just give this the position. Camera, get view, get projection, value pointer. Model, no, we just need the looking at particle pose. This is not a matrix. Uniform. Refloat. What the hell are your arguments? Model location, this should be position, location. Location count 1. Looking at particle pose X. Four parameters, but is called with 5. Uniform 3 float. What? Well, what are its parameters, please? Why is it all gray now? Condition is always true. Probably because we need to do this. And then we should be fine, yeah. We actually fix our code. We don't use that. Find vertex data, draw call. Cool. Now we should be drawing a cube where we're looking. Finally. Its color is just gonna be the normal for now. Process exited. What? Compile shader. Please not freaking take me to assembly. GL create shader. Are we... cause, yeah. Nothing's initialized. So we're going to need init graphics. And do all this. Void init graphics. Then in here, when we do init, let's do player init graphics. Better. We should be fine now. Okay. So we're not rendering anything. Normal cube because we're not doing model. We need a vec3 position. It's not quite right. Projection view. I believe I need to do that. Not multiply. Okay, so position's not right. Or something. World position. We need to particle scale it too. So we need the particle scale, position times particle scale. Which probably will crash as I need to actually pass it. Yeah. Oh no. It's just a weird... Not quite. World position times particle scale plus a pose times particle scale. What? Isn't that just... both of these times particle scale? Why do I keep opening the fragment? World position. Oh, but this isn't world position. This is... This is already particle scaled. A pose is not, though. I'll just say 0.5 because that's what the particle scale is, and I'm too lazy. Okay, not quite. Okay, so maybe it is position times the particle scale. Not 0.05. Okay, yeah. Although it needs to be offset as well. So position minus 0.5. And then particle scale for both of these. And then in here, particle scale location. Then GL uniform, one float, particle scale lock, player system, or particle system, particle scale. Alright, now it should be fine. It's not. Hold on, let's draw debug particles because they don't move. Why are you still drawing? I hate when it does that. Okay, no, it's still offset. But that's because this is... Let's just do this. Back for world. Oh. Ugh. Okay, that's not right. What the hell? The hell is different? There's literally nothing different about that. Ah, because this needs to be position. And if I draw a debug particle, yeah. Of course it's still drawing, and it's probably because I'm over GUI and it did something weird. Okay, that's a lot better. No, it's still drawn. Why does it do that? Okay, so now I need to set the color to the particle type. We can either snatch that off of there, or actually it's probably available anyway. So we close all of these because I do not need them open. Vertex normal cube. Layout 3 colors. Well, we don't know. Well, I guess we can just pass in uniform uint particle type. Then the color is colors particle type. And we'll just say 1. Just to make sure that's even working. Okay, no. So we don't have it. Probably because particle system bind buffer base. Trying to think. You know what? We're just going to be very lazy and make our own in here. To do reuse this buffer from rather than making another. Part of colors buffer. We'll rename that right. GLU int part of colors buffer 0. And that should work now. And then down here, no. Oh wait, is fragment? Ah. So actually, hold on a moment. Might not need to do that. First off though, while I'm already here, GL uint vertical type location equals GL get uniform location particle type. Then in here, particle type. Then in here, GL uniform 1 unsigned integer particle type location draw type. Okay, the problem is that I'm outputting a vec4 fragment in vec4. I should then be able to access, but if not, I'll just make a new buffer. Perfect. So we see the type that we are drawing. And then particle type. I believe this is actually particle type -1 for some stupid reason. Yeah. When I deal with vertex chunk in the particle type, okay, so I'm subtracting before I get into here. Let's do the same for the sake of my sanity in the future when I go to fix the particle type. So that the index is, the type number is the index. Look at that. Look how good that looks. And then I can fix the render order of the player, I guess. So player.render instead of so that the transparency of it fits over the chunks. We can player render here. Not super ideal, maybe, I don't know. Shove that in there. And then inside of here. Drag vertex color alpha minus equals 0.5. So we have some transparency on it. Probably better just set it equal to, because, yeah. But then, like, you can actually see where you are looking. Sort of. Except when it's inside of... That's just because the alpha blend in the draw order, though. So I guess it doesn't really make a difference. We'll have to figure that out later, I suppose. So instead of drawing the player last, always make sure that my ghost particle is on top. At least. So even if it's inside of a particle, then you can still see it. It just has some weird transparency issues sometimes, I'm sure. Like the transparency, like you can't see through things. You probably see it behind things, though, which is more preferable than... But yeah. And then we can draw water. A bunch of debug particles. Ah. All right. Well. I would say that's a pretty good place to leave off now. I've got some stuff I gotta take care of and whatnot. Alright, so yeah, that's a pretty good place to leave off. Got a player controller separated from the camera, which is very nice. Made the drawing a little bit better. I really wish I could fix that in some way, but it's like you're locked to the grid, so it's like there's not anything you can really do about that. The only thing is I haven't got any like player ground collision or gravity or anything like that. So I guess maybe I can work on that next stream. But I'm gonna leave it off here for today because yeah, kind of exhausted from this. Lots of work. Man, 7 hours? My goodness, time flies. Alright, well, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will see you later with another stream.